We were waiting, but not sure where they are.
What is it that I'm looking for?
The list of 31.
But who is it that you want to know is on it?
Casablanca and Petronila Estates, Petronila Acres.
Petronila Acres is on there.
Yeah, that's what I remember. The Petronilas are on.
Good morning.
I do not see Casablanca.
Okay, we are ready to get started, and so we will gavel in. And for the clerk, it's 8:40 a.m. We're going to call for invocation and ask everybody to rise. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags after invocation. And I'll ask Commissioner Mattis, would you lead us in invocation today?
Dear Heavenly God, we thank you for today. We thank you for the rain that you provided our community. We thank you, Lord, for this change in weather as it's getting more tolerable. We thank you for the service of the people of Nueces County, for the work that's done on their behalf. We thank you, Lord, for this court and for the administrators and our attorneys and all those involved who help guide us each week to do the will of the people that you have called each of us to serve. We pray today, Lord, that you will guide us with your wisdom, with your discernment, to be able to find areas where we can work together and advocate for our beliefs that we hold steadfast. We thank you for all the opportunities you allow us and our families to cherish and thrive in this community. And we pray for blessings upon each of them. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Now for the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much, everyone. Today is November 2nd, 2022. I've already noted the time for the clerk. Our location is 901 North Leopard, Nueces County Courthouse on the third floor. We are stationed at the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. I do certify that all commissioners are present here today with us, and therefore, as the presiding officer, I can determine that a quorum has been established. At this time, I'll ask for announcements on disclosures of conflicts of interest. These are conflicts of interest or appearance of a conflict of interest, and they shall be declared at this time. Members with conflicts will refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from discussion on such items. Conflicts discovered later in the meeting shall be disclosed at that time. Are there any? Jenny, there's always a form that I had seen used in other political bodies. Maybe we should just have them handy just in case that ever happens. That way we don't have to stop and wait for it, just for future. I don't think there's any today. And so we'll move straight to Timothy for our safety briefing. If you would give him your attention.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. As the Judge had mentioned, we're meeting here on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. For those who are new to the courtroom, the restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past your Human Resources office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an automated external defibrillator is located on the atrium wall next to the Human Resources office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of emergency will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the LaPan Street entrance and assembling in the parking lot across the street. Should there be a need to shelter in place, court attendees will remain in the courtroom, and depending upon the severity, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our shared safety topics, I'd like to remind the court that this Sunday, November 6th, daylight saving time ends. That concludes my safety brief.
And we thank you for that safety brief. And I'd ask now, Deputy, do we have anybody waiting for public comment? Okay, and so with nobody signed up today, We just want to ask Maggie, JJ might have come over. He's not able to? All right, then let me do this for JJ. I've got two posters here from our Veteran Service Officer on public comment. One is for the Volunteer Corps, and this actually is taking place today at the fairgrounds. I say that this is taking place. One of their Volunteer Corps activities is taking place at the fairgrounds. And if you're interested in volunteering, JJ De La Seta, Veteran Service Officer, says, we need your help. Several opportunities to help are available, including outreach events, veteran-related ceremonies, visiting elderly veterans at assisted living facilities, and so much more. So, Commissioners, if you might want to take a picture of this and use your own methods of public messaging, there are phone numbers and emails to sign up. And then, of course, if you're interested in being a part of the Volunteer Corps today, that is taking place this afternoon at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. We're setting up for this next poster, the Field of Honor. And so this is his poster as well. It's called Field of Honor. It takes place on Veterans Day at 4:30 p.m. at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. Flags can be purchased to honor a veteran for $50, and half the dollars go to veterans organizations. This is an amazing project. We will have over 1,000 flags displayed for over 2.5 weeks with a very special ceremony, as I said, on Veterans Day. For more information, the particular website is events@militarybip.org. And of course, again, this is a veteran of any era, whether living or deceased, can be honored. And so I hope that, again, I'm going to leave these posters here, that you will take the time to take a photo and begin your messaging. This will be a beautiful veterans event. So thank you to our Veteran Service Officer. I think I've done that right as far as in the camera. And Maggie, do you happen to know what time the Volunteer Corps starts today? Okay, if you don't mind, if you get it, if you'll look on the calendar, just so I can be accurate on the time frame. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to accept the following minutes of October 12th and October 19th, 2022, two sets of minutes. Is there a motion after
I
review?
want to table that motion, that item. We just got the minutes this morning,
Okay, is it for both or just one?
both.
For both. Okay, so is there a second to table based on the fact that
Second.
you've not had a chance to review them? Okay, Lorenzo, if you would let the clerk know there's been a motion and a second to table. Is there any discussion or any issues? There's no urgency, right, from on your part? You can wait. Okay, are you tabling to the November 16th
Yes,
meeting?
ma'am.
Okay, so the table, let the record reflect, is to November 16th, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
On the next piece, give me just a second, put these posters behind me. Okay, on the consent agenda, items A through J are called at this time, and I would ask that a motion be had, or if you have any questions, this would be the appropriate time.
I just have a question on I.
Aye, I've got it.
Aye.
Anybody else?
Jay.
J. Anybody else? Okay, how about a motion for consent agenda A through H, please, for approval?
So moved.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Let's tackle item J, and I, and that's yours, Commissioner Chesney, for
I
Dale.
just needed explanation on what this is. Basically, I know I've read the Cord Strike endpoint security software. I just don't know much about the software, and I don't know what it is.
Would you like me to call Daryl?
I gotta write it down.
All right, can I skip to J? Let Daryl answer your software question. This would be, Marvin, welcome. We've got some tax resale properties for sale at our online auction, and Commissioner Morris has a few questions.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. So what is this changing directly? I saw that the property's struck off when no one's willing to bid the minimum,
Right.
right? Many times, I guess it's in auction lingo, it's like termed as the reserve or whatever, right? It's that price that you have to hit. If not, then kind of goes back. Is that basically
The
what
tax
this
sale
is?
says you have to set a minimum opening bid for each property, which is going to be the aggregate of the delinquent taxes, penalties, interest, and court costs and costs of sale.
Okay.
Or the value of the property, whichever is less, and that's what it opens at. If nobody, I tried that, it didn't work very well. Here we go. Okay. If nobody's willing to make that bid, then the property is struck off or taken back, repossessed, whatever you want to say, by the taxing entities, and then the deed is filed into the name of the county as trustee. And you see me a lot of times up here with individual written offers to buy these properties. But what we're doing now is the property tax code allows taxing units to sell these at public auction, and these are property we've brought forward all the offers on that we've had coming in, and now we're down to just stuff. They're mainly vacant lots. A lot of them are not buildable, and we're just trying to use a more expeditious way through the online auction process to clear these out. So the court approved an auction last month, which took place yesterday on November the 1st after our tax sale. You approved 42 properties at that auction, and we sold 25 and grossed about $378,000. So this is just a way to get these properties back on the tax roll in a more expeditious manner, get a better price for them by opening up the bidding to a wider audience on the online auction system.
And the number that grabbed me is it shows with doing this, we can restore as much as $500,000 on the tax roll. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Right, you get your properties back to producing revenue again, and also to where you don't have either the city or the county or anybody else having to maintain them or go out and board up an old house because somebody's broken into it. It's things like that. You just these are all down. We're down to the ones that are just basically nuisance properties. It's we sold 25 yesterday, so that gets us down to a total of about 100 left, and we're going to keep putting them up for sale to keep bringing these auction proposals back to you until we get rid of all of them. I think we'll get it done by the end of March, April.
It's great. You know, a lot of times when you bring those properties before us to get them back on, you know, I noticed a lot of them are in Precinct 3, a lot of them are in the Robstown area. So, and I have seen or heard a lot of stories, a lot of accounts of people who are really appreciative that these properties are back on the rolls because there's responsible property owners that are now buying them and fixing them up or at least maintaining them. So at the least we're getting that, and at the most hopefully they're viable properties that have structures on them that can be assessed for a tax rate.
We sold one yesterday for $80,000.
That's great.
And as low as $3,000. You know, just depended on some of them drew a lot of competitive bids, and some of them just drew the opening bid. But the main thing is to get them back on the tax rolls. That's the main thing.
Thank you. Judge, a motion to approve.
Yes, thank you.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Darrell, welcome. Item I regarding the Omni Partners Cooperative Contract. It's regarding the renewal of an annual CrowdStrike endpoint security software. I hadn't announced it, but Commissioner Chesney wanted more background. Could you provide that for all the court?
Just what it does, Daryl.
Yeah, it's our endpoint security, so it's the antivirus that's running on every computer, servers, and user computers on the entire county infrastructure. This is one we did last year. That was the first time we got rid of McAfee and a Cisco product. We were using two products previously that weren't anywhere near as effective. This is very modern stuff. They're one of the big players. The actual cost went up to, it was $68,000 and some change last year. It went up to $73,000 and some change this year. But we added on this Spotlight component to it because it is where they actually monitor all the activity that's taking place at the endpoints, and they're collecting that in their security center. Gives us visibility. They can send us recommendations, let us know what's going on. And what we're doing is we're adjusting to our postures a little bit different now that we're adding this and getting rid of other things, the way that we do it with monitoring. And a lot of the services for assessing our network are actually going to start being free, and so we're no longer going to be paying those costs, so we're adjusting the budget to do items like this to be more effective at the endpoints.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That's all I needed, Judge. Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you.
to approve.
What's the budget,
Motion.
what Department 1240?
I'm sorry?
What's the Department 1240?
That is the IT's main budget
Okay.
category, yes.
And I'll
you.
second. And just, this is not really a question on this particular, but it's related. So you still want us to, when we see something strange or suspicious on an email, we're still supposed to forward it to that spam check. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Always, the majority of your cybersecurity attacks happen within.
Within your own system, within your own email, outlet. Okay. All right. If there's no other questions for Darrell, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, Darrell, thank you very much. Moving on to the regular agenda item, I wondered, Jenny, if you would take the lead on this one. This is discuss and consider pursuant to Texas Government Code 5510725. Deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in negotiations with Tesla regarding the terms of the Tesla tax abatement agreement. It's my understanding that this actually is straight out of the statute and that this is a determination that's made, and then once the determination is made, then we're able to have those abatement discussions when and if they become necessary. Is that a fair
Yes.
assessment?
Where we at? What number is that?
It's 3A1.
3A1, before you can take contract negotiations that are not, legal questions into executive, if you decide that you want to have that discussion in executive, you need to vote, and if you have a 5-0 vote that it is something you want to have an executive, then I have prepared, if it becomes necessary, findings from the county attorney that I agree that it would be beneficial to the county and possibly detrimental to the county if you decide to have the discussion here in open, then it can be taken into executive, and we're already recording executive, so that part is already taken care of.
Okay, so you're looking for then a motion at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
I just have questions.
I got a question.
Okay, well, the motion that you're looking for is, would be worded that pursuant to the government code, that we would have abatement negotiations regarding Tesla tax abatement.
And that to have it in open would be detrimental to the county's position in negotiating.
In negotiating, okay. And so it's like playing poker and showing them your cards, is what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so can we get a motion on that? We'll call on discussion and questions here in a second, unless there's a question on the motion.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. If someone wants to make a motion, they can. I'm just not willing to do it yet. I'm just trying to figure out, but however you want to do it,
Well, are you asking to table it?
Yeah, I'm just
go ahead, sure.
Before, and when we do the abatements, we've done it in open court.
That's what I thought.
The people come over here and they ask for an abatement,
This is only to discuss, for example, what the county wants to ask for. There's agreements that have been in the past, but if you want to ask for something different or additional, and not say that in open court yet, then you can discuss that. If there's nothing to discuss, then this is not something you want to do.
The idea is they will have a request made to us, and whether or not we counter is the ability to discuss that
Yes.
with our lawyers, right? For example.
Or with each other,
Or with each other.
because it's not under the.
But in this case, we have a lawyer who specializes in abatements, and so whether it's the language that we're trying to say, it's not that the public hearing will take place, and the opportunity for all of us to engage with residents will also take place. This is really to make sure that the legal, I guess, pieces of it.
If it was simply conferring with the attorney, you don't need this finding. This is about the contractual negotiations, non-legal.
Okay,
This
so
is the business decision conversation.
I see. Okay, so, but it's your opinion that these business negotiations are best had with your lawyer?
Well, you have a resource there, sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions before we get to it?
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, they've already made a request, and we just have to, respond to that request. And I get that this is about how do we best respond. But at the end of the day, if we can ask the legal questions, which we can, I'm trying to figure out what the detriment would be on this, because this is a very public deal and everybody knows about it, and we've gotten the request from them. I'm just trying to figure out where the detriment would be. I mean, that's my question. Someone needs to explain, because, I mean, at the end of
If
the
you
day,
don't
we're
feel
looking
that
at-
there is a detriment,
Well, I don't-
this is only a vehicle for having that conversation.
I'm
If
asking
you
what-
don't,
Well, if we have the ability, can we do this when we're ready to discuss it?
Yeah, we could.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
So why
good.
don't we just
Table it?
bring that at the time then?
Motion to
Okay.
table but I guess though, Judge, they want to know what our response is.
Yeah, your time period for getting this established, remember, the public hearing is set for what, December 5th, 7th, something like that? And so if we are going to be doing these negotiations, we kind of need to know.
Well, we all received an email, but I have not received any formal paperwork at all. An email is not considered.
An offer. I mean, I think that was
I
what.
I would
that's what
like
they
to
were
see it
asking.
on their application, attached to their application. I don't consider it formal. It has not been brought to us through the EDCs. I don't consider having anything except for a correspondence.
They're not bringing anything through the EDC, Judge. They are bringing it
No,
to
no,
us
through the
directly.
RADC.
They're not bringing it through them either. They're bringing it directly to us. They're not working this through the RADC or the EDC. They're bringing it to us directly.
Oh, well, Mr. Valls said differently
Well,
at
Mr.
our
Valls
last
doesn't
time.
represent Tesla. Tesla represents Tesla. The email we got was from Tesla, was from the Tesla representative.
I'm just
that
letting you know that he represented that to us here in court.
Right, and I'm saying, but the Tesla representative, by her email, she is the Tesla company. They want to work directly with us. That's what the purpose of the email was, and that was their formal, or that was a request. If this court needs to tell them how to request differently, but she sent the request
Well, I
to all
think-
of us, and no one told her that wasn't I think it's an appropriate request. There's no formal, detailed process. She sent us an email. She is the Tesla representative. She works for Tesla, and she's the one that's making the request. So I think it's a request.
Well, what I would like to do is send that to Sandy Gomez and see what opportunities then would be brought to us, and she might advise us if in the process of negotiation, what she might think here.
Well, I don't see
That
it.
has, Sandy Gomez is in the process of preparing documents, but there are blank things
course.
that she has questions about that are the desires of the county. And so those are the business decisions that she can inform the court on as to how those specific requests from the county can be filled out.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't see anything on here today, Judge, that even says we can discuss what Tesla has put forward to us. I don't
That's
see
correct.
it posted anyway, so it's kind of moot. But my point is, I think they've made a formal request. If this court deems that there's some other formal process that we need to tell them how to do it, but she sent an email. She works for Tesla. She said, this is what we want. And now it's our turn to respond, in my opinion, and unless the court feels differently. But
I think that our promise to the people was that before we respond, we would hear from the people and we would share with the people what their ask is. The people don't even know what their ask is.
No, that's right, but that's a whole different subject. You brought up, you were saying that
This is
you
an
didn't
item
feel
put
they
forth.
made a request. I'm saying I think the request has been made. The logistics of the public hearings and all that kind of stuff is fine, but at the same time, that public hearing was as much for that area of the county, and they're 313, and we have a 312, and so forth. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Well,
we've
the
got-
three- the 313
we don't have the time issue that the 313 does.
Okay, but just so you're clear, the 313 is done, complete. There's nothing needed any further. That 313 has been voted on and it's decided. So the hearing is not for the 313. The
Well, it's for
hearing
the
is for the 312.
Well, no, but it's for the whole, project and the 313, how it affects, it's been voted on, just like we voted on to create the TERS. So that's, but, that's been voted on too, but the 313 hasn't been approved yet, from my
Yeah.
understanding.
Well,
Approved
by
at
the state.
level, right?
Right,
Well, I
but-
mean, that's the one that counts. So, that hadn't been done either. So I'm just saying, I think they've made a request. I think we have an obligation to respond to their request. How we respond is up to this court, but I would put it back on the 16th and at least start having the discussions, and then we can decide whether or not we want to go into closed session then, if someone can tell me what the detriment might be.
Well, again, the county attorney asked that this determination, be considered, and that's why you see it on the agenda. And because we're not discussing anything today, it certainly can wait.
So motion to table till the 16th, and I would add that we put on there also the agenda item to start responding to Tesla's request. So make it a broader, maybe it probably needs to be two items. So can you put that on, or do I need to?
I work with the county attorney.
I was gonna
And
say, I'd rather y'all do it with you.
And I would say that,
But I'm inclined to do it in public so that people know.
well, I'm inclined to have an opportunity to have a town hall then, where Tesla can come and make a full presentation. I don't think we should discuss something. We've not even heard anything from the company themselves. So I'm happy to discuss it, but I think maybe we can look at a date so that they can make a presentation. But
Well, I think they ought to come on the 16th. That's what I was
Did we
hoping.
set some dates already for a public hearing?
we did.
I'm just saying we can start the
They're all
negotiations.
before the 16th.
Well, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Why would we discuss
Of November.
our position before we've heard from the company or the people?
The public hearing, where you're supposed to have an agreement that is pretty much
Done.
ready, is set for the 5th and 7th. Now, that may be too soon.
Well, the 7th was our regular agenda meeting, and the 5th was the one that we said that we would have at the fairgrounds. And again, what we're looking for is to keep our word, and the people said they would like the opportunity. And that's what we need to do.
Right, but you want to hear from the company. I'm just saying, let's bring the company back on the 16th and hear from them, and then we can go here, have the public hearing too. But let's at least, if you want to hear
I
from
think
the
that
company,
that's
let's bring
probably,
them back.
we'll
what
talk to them and see if they can make a presentation on the 16th.
That's all I was asking for.
And there'll be a public hearing also for the 16th.
Well, I don't know if we can have a public hearing
We can.
on the same day that we're doing a full agenda. That would be really tricky. That would be a very long, I mean, we could try, but we have a lot of items that have been moved to the 16th.
Well, no, I think we have
Because
the public hearing for the 5th and the 7th, right? Don't we already have that?
that's correct.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just saying, bring them back on the 16th, let them make a presentation, let us then maybe make a decision on whether we think it's a detriment to, go into closed session or not. I don't. I think it's better to do it in public, but I mean, something could compel me differently. I don't know.
The only
I'm
thing,
just saying, let's just get going.
what you have today is that Sandy can tell you the options available that you may not have discussed before, that the county can ask, that, you can inform the citizens, but there are options that you can be asking for in your business negotiations that have not been brought up yet. And so that is something that she can inform you of.
But we have that opportunity to do that in closed session as far as the legal or not, or that's what this is all about.
That's what this is about.
Well, see, that's the concern here, is that what I think the county attorney is wanting to give us the option is to visit with our lawyer so they can talk about the items that we should be asking.
But that's legal,
We've
though.
done it one way all the time, so why want to change? I mean, is there a reason for that?
It's the opportunity. In the past, okay,
We haven't done one in a while.
there are exceptions to the Open Meetings Act. This one, if it's just business discussions, has to be done a certain way. I'm not here to speak on how it was done in the past, but if that is going to happen, the TOMA provides for this process. So if it is a business discussion, you need this.
But Sandy's are not business discussions. They're legal. Hers are legal discussions.
They're a combination as she advises you on these abatement processes.
Right, but as long as we don't have a business discussion on the points of it, that's not violating the Open Meetings Act. Today, I'd rather have the business discussion in public. If she has some legal options that we need to be consider, then that might change my mind, but I don't think so. But I mean, I'd like to just hear the legal options and not have to, make that decision today.
Then with that, you don't need this.
But I think the business points ought to be done in public. That's
But
just my
but if
feeling.
she gives us legal advice at that time, to say, hey, you can ask for, let's say, I'm just hypothetical, you can ask for them to plant 15 trees, okay?
We just can't discuss it.
You cannot discuss it. That's part of that contract negotiation.
Correct.
So the advantage of being able to have this item maybe next week is that if you have some good ideas to include, not just accept or deny their request, that would need this. If you're going to basically say, well, you know what, I'd rather have 10 trees instead of 15 trees, or I'd rather have 30 trees. I'd rather have, a volunteer firefighter department built, right? I'd like for them to participate in the regional wastewater. I'd like for them to participate in the drainage discussions, right? Those things, if we're going to have those discussions, then this is what item number 1 says. Well, you've got to declare it, that you're creating these negotiations, and we should do that on our side. Otherwise, they have an advantage over you. Is that clear?
Yes.
So, okay. Well, I think we can bring it up again on the 16th. And
Motion
maybe
to-
by then, there'll be some opportunities
Judge,
to
I'd
talk.
just like to get
Yes.
some clarification on that. So who is leading this push on our behalf? Because to make this decision here at court should have been done proactively before it even got on the agenda. So, I mean, I don't have a problem being delegated to the judge or whoever, court administrator, but I think somebody needs to make sure, and maybe it's just our county attorney who's guiding us, but I would think that would help make it a little bit more efficient, so that, one, today we kind of, I guess, talked out the process, but I just want to make sure that there's someone that's leading that discussion. So whoever it is, I'm fine with, but it just, so we know that that could be the point of contact, because I saw that email and it reached out to all of us, but we legally have to wait until we get to a court meeting before we can make that decision. But if there's someone else that can be more proactive in engaging with their representatives, I think that would be helpful too. So obviously somebody has to reach out to them to make sure that they're aware that in 2 weeks we want them to come back. But I just want to.
And I think Jenny and Sandy are those are our
okay.
POCs.
We're dealing with the processes, and we have to think ahead and get things
Sure,
done by
sure,
a
I
certain
understand.
time.
Right.
But as far as the negotiation of what everybody wants, that is outside of our purview. We can communicate those things for you, but.
No, I think you and the county manager should communicate with the Tesla folks, because
Okay.
they've now said, here's your point of contact. She sent us all on notice, and she probably didn't know who to send it to, right? So she sent it to all of us, which was smart. And I don't know if you were on the email or not. I think, did you get that? No. Okay, well then we'll forward that to you, so you have it. But I think John's right. I mean, someone's got to take the lead on that. Or
Well,
Commissioner Mata, sorry.
Somebody drive the car.
Okay, so motion to table if everybody's done discussing. I don't want to cut
Second.
anybody off.
There's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to item 3A2. It's a change order number 6 from Mako, and I saw Scott enter. It's for the flat roof and paver system replacement and handrail repricing due to change in handrail design and material. It's my understanding this is important and in our budget.
Yes, it is important. It's in our budget. It's the last big ticket item we're going to have that's going to come before you to finish the building. There'll be some smaller cleanup items that are going to come in later, punch list type things, if that makes sense to you. But that's should come at a later date, and that's still going to be within budget between what y'all assign to the building with different funding sources, and there are lots of various funding sources, and I can't rattle them all off, and the insurance proceeds that you gave us. But this has been probably the most difficult item to nail down because of TDI requirements and TDI's Texas Department of Insurance. None of what we had up there before in 2006 when that flat roof was built would be certified. TDI wouldn't certify that spec that we used back then. So we've had to find a product that they would certify, that the windstorm engineer would sign off on, that the contractor would install, and the contractor has to find the right sub who's licensed to do the installation of that product. So that's been the delay. But
Okay.
we're on track. We're making great progress. Once this is taken care of, the roofing contractor is on site. He's doing the slope roofs. They wanted me to press and get this on. Ade, thank you for allowing this. One point of order I'd like to make is for those engineering firms and those contractors that are out there, we have hard deadlines on Tuesday before court to meet our agenda items in the system with all of our backup. And this one, Ade allowed for an exception because I came in with they gave me some information on Wednesday that if we didn't get this passed today, that the contractor would demobilize and remobilize, and that would cost us more money, and we did not want to do that. But I got to stress upon those out there listening and in this courthouse, we need this stuff done on the Tuesday before the Wednesday of court, and I'm no longer going to start making exceptions for these folks if they don't meet that deadline, because it throws Commissioners Court in a tailspin. Y'all don't have your backup, what you need to review before we come in here, and it's just problematic. But thank you for allowing us. Hopefully you'll approve it and we'll get on down the road.
That
All
was
right.
my question on the backup, but I'm glad you answered it. But why is it we have 6 change orders? I mean, is that every time they do that, are they increasing on the funds, or are they just increasing on the time? Or what?
Well, we know we've had these elements coming up, and we know we've had unknown conditions when we got into the building because it's set for so long. For instance, the mold problem that we found, we did not know the extent of it, and it was cheaper. That was a change order. It was cheaper to rip out some of the framing on the inside than try to treat it and later on figure out you didn't get it all. And so all these things have been creeping up as we've been going through the process. And then the other things with the roof have really been TDI, Texas Department of Insurance, finding a product that they would certify and that all the engineers would sign off on. But, you know, we've got good eyes on this project. My eyes, I've got, you know, my administrative team that are checking the numbers on all these things when they get payment submittals, everything. We've got Scott Mears, you know, he's, you know, bird dogging this thing as well. You've got my maintenance supervisor. You got the engineer of record, and you got the windstorm engineer. So we're keeping a tight eye on this.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Is there a motion to approve? Okay, I've got a motion from Commissioner Mattis. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, Scott, just in the interest of time, do you have anything else?
Michael's not up here, but we have the selection or recommendation on the engineering services for the grant at Packard Channel Nature Park that he was going to bring up to you guys and discuss, but he's not here right now. I mean, I can always zoom in.
Forgive me, I don't see that on here.
Oh, he's not on there? Oh,
No.
maybe he's putting it on the 16th. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank
Then-
you.
No,
Well, then
I don't
we'll
have
let you-
anything. I'm out of here.
Then we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you. The next items are our flood risk, but I am waiting for, are they coming? Huh? Okay, so they're not going to be here till 10:30? Okay, I'm going
I'd
to,
like to move to table that one.
I'm
too,
going
Judge.
to skip,
Second.
Judge, I'd like to move to table
well,
that.
wait, one second, just 1 second.
Well, look, I mean,
On item number 3 is not Susan. Item number 4 is Susan. Okay,
Number 3,
go
I
ahead.
want to table number 3.
Second.
Okay, on item number 3, the action is to table. I just want to bring out that it's related to item number 4. And at that time, you may want to reconsider, because if we don't deal with some of these, at least you don't have to approve the actual projects for CDBG MIT, but we should at least make a statement on the record that some of these projects will be handled by CDBG MIT,
Well,
so
I
that.
don't even think they should be mixed together, Judge. These are 2 wholly separate items here, totally 2 different pockets of money here. They shouldn't even be together. And it says projects, drainage projects, and they're not projects. You know, I thought Susan understood when we had a meeting with her, everything was clear. And according to what she provided, it seemed like she's clear on this form here. But, you know, we need to get away from projects, because we're not talking about projects right now. We're just talking about flood drainage areas, according to the Water Development Board grant. And the CDBG, it's a totally different grant. It shouldn't even be mixed with the Water Development Board. So I don't know how they got together here, but I think we need to separate them and discuss them probably the next meeting. So,
Ide, will you put it on, please, for the next meeting? And then I'm going to ask you, since I asked you to place on the backup. I think it would have helped him if the backup, because you spoke to Commissioner Gonzalez, you had that, those were his projects.
That's correct. That they went approved through American Rescue Plan. So I'm going to work with them just to be able on the 16th to have good projects.
Okay, and there is confusion here, so he doesn't,
CDBG, right?
Yeah, it's just, this is different.
Right. This is different.
CDBG is different from what Susan is working at.
the
No,
only,
she's not working on that. Susan's working on the Water Development Board.
that's
I'm saying.
correct.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Number
They're
3 has
different.
nothing to do with Susan, other than
Well,
the
it does,
effect.
but it's got the Water Development Board on there.
No, well, let me explain.
Well, wait, never mind. I just
Are
want
they-
to table, I just want to table the judge, table. the
Would you
discussion.
please take some time to explain it?
Will
Because
do, Judge.
All right, and I'll get to it on number 4. I'll be able to address it in number 4, but they
Correct.
won't be, they're driving in from Austin, so let's give them a little more
I don't
time.
know whether
Okay.
second to
Okay.
table or not, but you second? Yep.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, item number 4, we're going to get to it in just a moment. Okay, item number 5, Jenny, this is a adoption of an accounts payable policy in accordance with Texas Prompt Pay Act. What I'm looking for here is just a motion to direct you to review a policy and to please bring it back so that within 31 days, as is the law, our bills get paid. And again, there's a statute on it, but the policy would be an internal policy to direct department heads to basically produce those invoices to the court administrator, well, really to the auditor with a copy to the court administrator. And I think
It's a timing. I
It's
mean,
a time
if
issue.
the department head elected has an issue with this document, you have 21 days as well. So those we need to put it out there on a policy. That's what I would recommend to do it.
And so a policy has been brought forth. I know you haven't had a chance, most likely, to
Where's the policy?
bring it.
I didn't see anything.
It's not forward today,
Oh.
but I've given it to Ida and to Jenny. It's just the law itself. It's the
Ida,
statute
Excuse
itself.
me. You're saying that the director or whoever has concerns about paying has 21 days to,
By law, it has 21 days to address that with the vendor. Yeah, it's a process that we need to follow.
okay. And do we have to go through the county attorney or to make sure the county attorney knows that we're addressing this?
We're gonna work on the policy, and then we're gonna bring it back with all the process.
So
Very good.
Between both, yeah.
Right, so-
And obviously with the auditor's office,
Did you
because
get
the
a cop-
process.
Right, did you get a copy of it?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
yeah.
so that policy basically stands for 3 premises.
Correct.
Exactly what you just said, but it also has exceptions, right? There's always exceptions, and the exceptions are brought forth by the statute. And that policy, if you would please circulate it to everybody right now.
Okay.
So, because the 16th comes very fast. And so it basically states the law, and it states the exceptions to the law. And it also directs department heads, after a certain period of time, if there is an issue, that it's this commissioner's court that gets to make those determinations.
That's correct.
But they have to provide it to you and to the auditor. And that way we can comply with the law, because we've not been complying with the
Yeah,
law.
lately it's just been.
And it's, so I think this policy is good, because you might say, well, do you need a policy if it's already the law? Apparently, yes. So the policy is really about directing the department heads to do certain things and to be able to place it on this agenda within a certain amount of time.
As long as there's no dispute. Obviously,
Right.
if there's a
The
continuing.
exceptions,
Yeah,
the
this-
exceptions clearly state that.
Correct.
But even if there's a dispute, the dispute gets solved here
That's
at our level, and that's what we haven't been doing. So if you look at the policy, it says, hey, here's exceptions, right? And because you have issued an exception, if you think an exception exists, okay, we'll stop right now. I'm going to recess at 9:23 a.m. for the emergency alarm. Back on the record at 9:41 a.m., we were discussing, considering item number 5. It's the adoption of an accounts payable policy in accordance with Texas Prompt Payment Act. So my motion would be to direct the county attorney to please bring forth a payable policy in accordance with the Texas Prompt Payment Act, following all the rules that Texas law provides, and to do so expediently so that we can help ourselves by getting our payments paid promptly. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second, okay. And, okay, all those in favor? Any other discussion? Okay,
Yes, Your
all
Honor,
those-
there's an issue.
Yes.
I'll be working with the county attorney because our new software that y'all allowed us to acquire
Yes.
has a platform in it that we can make sure that every invoice will be scanned. Once the invoice is scanned, it'll go through workflow and timing issue. And once this new software begins, this probably will not be an issue.
That's great. Well, we'll just hope for that, and we'll,
Fingers
you know,
crossed.
yeah, exactly.
Heck, for that amount of money, you ought to pay the bills for us.
Okay.
With invoices.
But we'll be able to read the invoices because it has artificial intelligence.
Okay,
Good.
that's great.
Need invoice.
Okay, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And item number 6 is the discuss and consider funding of the nonprofit Instituto de Cultura Hispánica de Corpus Christi in support of its Mar de Cultura project through the American Rescue Plan Act, through the CJ's ARPA allocation. There's some other items inside here, but first, let me make this motion to support this. And then they've got just a little bit of background for you when we get into the discussion. And of course, happy to answer any questions. Is there a second?
Judge, could we make
Thank
it, I
you.
just wanted to add some language to make it subject to Haggerty and the county attorney verifying that everything qualifies.
Yes, and before I put anything on the agenda, I always do that. So it has been vetted already, and
Judge-
it does meet the
So-
eligibility.
And I have also something to,
Wait, who vetted it, though? Because I asked, and I've heard there's several projects that haven't been passed through Haggerty or the county attorney or whoever, so
Okay,
who has
so-
vetted it?
So it was vetted by Haggerty, and they're the ones that are determining our eligibility. Now, when we get to the actual documentation, it goes to Jeff, who is our ARPA person. So once we actually get the document to have the agreement, that they do that. They have not done that. What we're doing right now is helping to get that process started. First, you have to allocate, then the documents get generated.
So.
But they have met with Haggerty.
Well, hold on, can I just finish? I'm supportive of this to start
too.
with, but I have seen no backup from on any of these projects that we've been putting on that Haggerty has vetted them. So I would sure like to see that because I've seen nothing on
Okay,
that. So I would just, all I want to do is add the subject to the vetting language.
That's
If
fine.
okay, that's all I want to do.
I'm happy to
Okay.
have that subject to the confirmation. What we'll start doing from now on is generating maybe an email to the court administrator that says that they've done it. I'm representing to the court that they have, and I'm also representing to the court that a 501c3 can be a beneficiary just by the final rules. So you don't have to look too hard, but in this case, they've vetted it. It fits into several buckets, including economic assistance, as well as tourism and hospitality, as well as 501c3 beneficiary. So it fits multiple buckets, but the bucket that makes the most sense, the easiest, is the 501c3 nonprofit status under the final rules, as long as there's a nexus between the good work that they're doing and the fact that they're under a 501c3, they would qualify.
Again, just the
I have a
subject to
question.
Haggerty vetting.
I'm happy to have the subject to. I'm just letting you know that they spoke with Adriana. They've been in receipt of the entire presentation, and
I just have one thing that I want the county attorney to maybe respond later, because I'm supportive of the, this is Cultura Institute, but I know the organization, but in all nonprofits, you know, I support them because they need the money. I just don't want them later to come back and say, you know what, I'm sorry, but you can't have that money, or you can't have all that money. I mean, I think we haven't even set up a process, I don't think, of how they're going to be able to apply or to get vetted that there are qualifications that they can get 180,000, 300,000. You know, I just want to make sure that we're not misleading this organization and saying we're going to give you this, and then we can't give them that. You know, this is my concern down the road. I mean, you guys deserve every penny you can get, but you know, I just want to understand that this could change, right? I mean, you know, I mean, I just and don't come back and tell us, you know, hey, you didn't tell me that, right? But I'm just saying I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned. I've gotten calls about when do I get my money, when do I get my check, you know, and I don't know what to tell them other than say, you know what, I didn't promise you that money, but I'll follow up on it. You know, you can, you know, whatever I can do to help, I will. So I don't know if we're going backwards here. We're starting the cart before the horse here. We need to really come up with the plan, come up with the, you know, I think you like plans, Judge, but I think we need to come up with a plan. How are we going to tackle this? I mean, what? Every time we give money to somebody, this should be being processed at that time, no more than 15 days being processed to see what they're going to do and see how much they qualify for. Because I think there are some restrictions on the amount of money that certain organizations qualify for. So I just want to make sure we're not just throwing money out there and saying we're going to give you this and this, and then we can't. So you know, this is my concern, right? And I've always supported the organization as far as I can, but I just want to. And it's not just you. I'm talking about all the people, all the other nonprofits. You know, I want to make sure that that we can do that because I know nobody has got money yet. I don't think, right? 80. Has anybody got any money?
So the $1 million that the court has set forth, you are bringing forth a template for charities.
That's correct.
That is not what this is.
That's correct.
The plan that Commissioner Gonzalez is talking about, you're working on it,
Yes.
and you're going to bring it forward.
I'm talking about this other. I know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The $1 million. I don't know. Well, we haven't even acted on the $1 million yet. And we need to do that pretty quick because that's money that anybody can apply for.
That's correct.
And it would be good monies that are guaranteed monies, right? But I'm talking about the American Rescue Plan. There's also some restrictions that are in there because I read somewhere that there are some restrictions on the amount of funds. So I think I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing here and we're not misleading anybody because nobody has gotten any money from the American Rescue Plan. So and I know we've given money away for the last month and a half, and I don't think anybody's got any money. So there's got to be a way, a Jenny or something, that we can kind of distribute this money somehow. I mean, we've been talking about it, but nobody's got any money. So where do we go? I mean, what do we do?
As far as our part, the analysis that we do constitutionally and by the final rules, as soon as we have enough documentation regarding not only the nonprofit but the specific project, then we go through and we're working on that analysis. We get that information when the court or after, generally speaking, it comes up to court. It's not given to us beforehand. If we could get the whole thing and all that information beforehand, then we can have that information prepared beforehand. But that's a separate inquiry from what Hagerty does.
Right. The most important thing is that with each of us having our own allocation, this particular document that's been prepared by the Instituto was considered and was vetted, and we can put the subject to, but this comes from the CJ's allocation. So there is no restriction on dollars at all, just so you know, under the American Rescue Plan Act. However, certain amounts for infrastructure over $100,000 do have to have a justification, a narrative provided to Treasury. But that's not the case here. So again, every time we bring forth a project, it is brought forth to Hagerty, and they go through their processes, and they can provide you the backup documentation for that. But again, in general, nonprofits, under the final rules, have a straightaway nexus to be a beneficiary, particularly if COVID-19 injured them, if you will, use that word loosely, injured them in a way that makes it difficult to fund some of the projects that they would normally have done with their own fundraising abilities, but for the economic situation that COVID provided makes it hard. So again, this is different then, and we actually have a good process, but it starts with somebody making a recommendation, that person accepting it. Sometimes it comes to the court, sometimes it comes to the individuals. In this case, it came to the individual, and you're just like we've done on school safety and some of the other things, you're more than welcome to pitch in if you like, but today starts the allocation, and then it begins to evolve in either an interlocal, if it's a political jurisdiction, or it comes into some sort of a memorandum of understanding. But either way, that process starts here and then winds up with Jeff, who is our ARPA attorney. And Jeff is working on those documents, and the hope is that he'll have a template for each category. And with each category, then he can have a new scope of work and be able to get these dollars out the door. And that's why I asked yesterday for Ide to please post for that ARPA manager, because the person that you're looking for to tie all this together is the ARPA manager. And so that's going to happen, and we'll be able to go a lot more efficiently. But it starts with good projects coming forward and someone saying, yes, I think that needs to be vetted, and then, yes, I'd like to fund. And that's what brings us to court here today. So with that, would you just outline the good project for us, Adriana, and introduce your team? Okay, she's going to turn that on for you.
Okay. Good morning. Feliz Día de los Muertos. Thank you so much for having us. We are representing Instituto de Cultura Hispánica de Corpus Christi. We are so excited to share this one-year project with you all. It's basically different areas when we commute all the Latin America culture, and also most of the project is going to be in Spanish, and comes with our culture and also technology. So let me introduce Gerald Padilla and Olga Velázquez. We are part of the Instituto. We are volunteers with the Instituto. We provide a lot of time to try to improve our community in proper way. And I sent the documentation 1 week ago for all the commissioners and also all the project. And thank you so much, Commissioner Hernandez, to respond back. We really appreciate it. And Gerald.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Judge Canales, and thank you all commissioners. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I do appreciate everybody's time, and I want to be respectful of it. I'm going to go ahead and outline, it's one project of different components. Our Instituto de Cultura Hispánica has been founded since 1976, so we've been serving the community for almost 5 decades, and so we want to continue to do so. During the years of COVID, it did affect the Instituto. We were not able to do the fundraising that we usually do, and so we're fortunate to be able to continue with the Instituto these last couple of years. But of course, we have applied for the American Rescue Plan Act, so we can continue to thrive and continue to serve the community the way we've done the past 5 decades. Like Adriana mentioned, we will have opportunity for the Spanish-speaking community to understand. All our events are bilingual. Of course, they are in English, but a lot of times there's a big portion of the community that is disenfranchised because there's language barriers. So we also offer the translation services. Everybody in the Instituto is bilingual, and so that's one of the things that we're very proud of. The first part of the first component of what we want to start doing as of next year is bringing experts from a variety of fields to give workshops that will foster practical skills and tools to use for the purposes of education, entrepreneurship, arts, and self-care. And these are events that are going to be held throughout the entire year at the Instituto. Another component of it will be to provide K-12 students with scholarships that will be used for STEM workshops throughout the year. This is going to be in collaboration with the University of A&M Corpus Christi and their engineering department with Dr. Jose Baca and his team. Another component will be a fair celebrating womanhood with the collaboration of community organizations that will provide information and tools for women, included but not limited to healthcare, education, legal services, and domestic abuse services. Again, we want to be able to be there for women and especially for those who need some of these services. There's another component. This is a one-time event, which we will be inviting a physician from Driscoll Hospital to give a talk about COVID and vaccinations. Afterwards, we will also embed a cultural component where we will be having the Tres Reyes Magos, the three wise men who will be providing families with prepaid HEB cards. And finally, our last component will be to provide residents of Nueces County with information regarding their civil rights and resources. There's plenty of resources included in this building, in this courthouse, that a lot of times our residents of Nueces County are not aware of. And so we want to be able to provide resources and information. There's a lot of great things that nonprofits are doing, such as Raíces, the Purple Door, and we would just want to be an extension of that and continue to give presentations and workshops about what this wonderful county has to offer. And if there's any questions, we would be happy to answer.
Are there any?
I'll do great work, and I think there's just a few questions on getting it finalized, but it seems like everything was in order, but I do support procedurally that we do get some documentation and backup in a future item. But Judge, I don't know, was there a motion already? Or
I've got the motion, and actually I think you seconded.
Okay.
This was part of the discussion, and we agree, and we always like to tell anybody that comes before us, first part of this is allocation. The second part is the minute that the court makes a decision, then they'll contact you back again. This is how it's worked with all of our recipients. They'll contact you back. They'll make certain that any information that is needed comes forth, and then the process begins to create the document that allows us to transfer the dollars to you. And then, of course, there will be a compliance piece of it, and that also, again, is part of the court's process to make sure that we get to celebrate all of these great victories that we're having. But in this case, this Mar de Cultura program, it's a year-long program. It's both with the university. It takes place at some at the university, some at the Instituto downtown in Heritage Park, and it's just a wealth of programs. If we were going to, let's just say that we, the county, wanted to say, I want to do all these great things that you've outlined, right? It would take a huge staff. It would take a ton more money, and we would not be able to even have the beginnings of the logistics to put it together. So this is what interested me, and I appreciate you guys coming originally to all of our town halls and making certain that we knew the work that you've done. And again, it's checking the box in my mind. I noticed that community survey really lacked in the area of economic assistance, and just the work that you're doing for the kids in the scholarship in the camps. That alone would have gotten my attention, but that's just one piece of the overall program. So this is kind of a huge bravo, and I expect that this one will get a lot of good attention at the national level as well, because you're keying in on the vulnerable of our community.
But do y'all have a start date for this or anything? Because, I mean, this is going to take a while. I don't want you, we want to temper expectations. We want to do it, but we want to make sure it's not coming tomorrow or anything like that.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
We understand there's a process, there's time, and we're happy to provide any other, further documentation. We are a 501c3, so if there's other documentation that we need to submit, to prove our status and whatnot, even if there's documentation that is requested, throughout the year, next year, of how we're doing, how we're going along with their project.
Right.
We'd be happy to submit a lot of that information. The great thing about the Instituto is that its members, there's a wealth of people willing to collaborate and volunteer. We have medical doctors, we have attorneys, we have educators who are willing to give their time, and we're grateful that they're the ones being able to do the legwork.
Right. Well, and I know the court, in the interest of time, didn't have the chance to see your whole PowerPoint, but we'll make sure that, I think it was attached. I know, but he has a nice slideshow as well. But again, if we'll make sure that everybody gets the actual digital piece as well, so if they want to go back and assist. But it does have, Gerald does have a dollar amount, and so will you share with the court what that dollar amount is for the whole year's programming?
Yes, so the grant proposal that was submitted was for $100,000.
And so that's the amount of money. And so the motion, just for clarification for Lorenzo, is for CJ ARPA for $100,000 to be awarded to the Instituto Cultural de Corpus Christi, and that, of course, that it's subject to all of the commentary that was had, which is, just that there is a proper vetting. But this goes to every project is obviously vetted, and making certain that those documents, it becomes truly official when the documents are signed. And just like any contract, you'll see it come back to court. We may have you back the day that we actually say, here's the contract, we're going to sign it, and that'll be the final, as they say, stage. So, okay, well, if there's no other questions for the group, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
I'd like to say something before we vote.
Of course.
Just for clarification, so y'all understand too. And I know it says there, county judge, AAP allocations, but I want you to understand one thing, really. It's really the commissioner's court's allocation. Monies was assigned to the judge, like assigned to us. But we were asked to do projects on drainage. She didn't have projects on drainage. But anytime there's an allocation being done, it's approved by the commissioner's court, not just by one person, right? So you should understand that.
We understand, and we are so thankful for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, group, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Pure coincidence, but on a festival that the Instituto knows quite a bit about. It's a special day. So, okay, the next one is Louis Ray is here to discuss the EOC monitoring and presentation system upgrades to the American Rescue Plan Act. And also in your attachment, Louis, can you briefly give us the background as to this particular request and how it's important in the work that you do?
Where's that at?
Yes, Judge.
It's in, excuse me one second. It's inside number 6. All the ARPA are for 6. All the ARPA allocations are in item number 6.
Yeah.
But I believe it's also attached.
I don't.
Okay, so we do one at a time or what?
I'm happy to do them all, but I thought you'd want to have some information.
I did not see it attached, Judge, but I may have missed it. But I mean, I know what it is, but I didn't see it attached. So.
Okay. Go ahead, Louis, while I look for the attachment. And Ida left, so I can't ask her, but we did give it to her. Go ahead.
All right, good morning, Court. All right, so one of the things that we're finding out is that we need an upgrade to our communication system inside the EOC. The current system that we have is about 12 years old. Technology has changed a lot. We have 4 televisions that are in the EOC right now, and of those 4, we have a total of 7, but 3 of them are smart TVs, 4 of them are not. So that hampers interoperability. We also don't have a means of having a speaker system or a microphone system, and we also need a camera system to kind of broadcast when we have in case there's an emergency or a big event and the EOC is activated, we can see inside the EOC and communicate effectively. What we would like to do is upgrade the system so we can better increase our interoperability to monitor those people who are on the ground that are actually responding to disasters and get pertinent information inside the EOC and send information outside the EOC as fast as possible. The main goal of this is to, when people are responding to the EOC as part of the ride-out team or part of any type of emergency support function, to come in, sit inside the EOC as they plug and play. They can come in, sit down, we can use it to address whatever incident that's out there, send out pertinent information, get that information back, and then be able to be responsible to answering to the public and to the state of Texas as need be.
So you have you're asking $150,000. So you have a breakdown of what everything's going to cost or what?
So right now, Commissioner, we don't have a by item breakdown. We do have an estimate of everything that probably going to need to be replaced, which includes the television, includes the systems that kind of link all the television together. It's going to include replacing the servers as well.
But Louis, did you get a cost estimate?
We did.
Right. I think Commissioner needs to
Okay.
hear that. He wants to know, you didn't just pull that number out, you went and got a cost estimate for
That's
everything.
correct, Judge. And Commissioner, I'm sorry if you don't have it. I'll make sure you get it.
Actually, I think Belinda texted me, it's in here, Ida, on Louis' emergency management upgrades. Can you tell me where it is located in here, or if somebody online, if you have it?
It's under number 6. Just looking at the, it's just we put it like it's an estimate that 150,000. That's the estimate that we have.
Okay. I think the issue was, Commissioners, is that even though he has an estimate, because it has to be RFP'd, he did not want to include the actual.
That's correct. We
the
had
actual
to-
breakdown, because they're not, those are prices that have not been, they're not in the request for
That's
proposal.
correct.
Period
Under
yet.
American Rescue Plan is a process to be able to do this. Yes.
Yes.
So we have just an
Right.
estimate of
But we know-
150,000.
Right, but we know that's, Louis, we know that's a real number.
Yes. So, Commissioner, what we did was we reached out to Crestron, who is actually the people who kind of put that system together upstairs for repairs. And they came in for a repair. We looked at it. The cost of repair is going to be probably about the same cost of replacing. So,
I don't have a problem. I don't have no problem at all. I just want to make sure that the cost, the itemized cost, is going to be
Understood, Commissioner.
$150,000. So, because if it's 100,000, then we should do 100,000. But
that's true. Understood.
so I don't mind approving, just pending on the contingency of seeing any proposal of what's going to cost. I thought we had to go to AFQs with the ARPA funds.
Yeah, RFP. Mhm.
That's what it's gonna.
RFQ, I said, no?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, no, these are not professionals. It would be,
Yeah,
it would be a RFP, because it would be a service. But having
the
said
price.
that, this company may be a sole source. Louis has been working with Michael, but chances are he'll go ahead and put it out in the field and let them bid.
So we talked yesterday
What'd he
about
say?
this,
Yeah.
and I don't think it could be a sole source.
Okay.
And the reason being because the equipment that it can be replaced by anybody.
By anybody.
So,
So that's why you don't have it, but he actually went to the company and got a very strong cost estimate, but it's not in here because it would have to be bid out correctly. But we think that amount is accurate based on,
Well, can we just bring it back when it's accurate, when you tell us what?
well, no, because in order to get the RFP by our own policy, we have to have a funding source. So today, it's about saying
So up to 150?
That's
so
correct.
A motion to.
up
approve
to.
up to
I mean, save money
150,000.
if you can, Louis, but up to.
Right,
That's
subject to
correct.
the RFP or RFQ coming back.
That's correct.
I don't have
That's
a
fine
problem
with
with that.
All right,
That's the
let's
motion.
just use that terminology. And again, it'd be an RFP. Okay, because it's equipment and upgrades.
And subject to verification, subject to
Right.
What'd you say, P, RFP?
P,
And that, if that's.
It'd be a low
okay, I'll make
bid,
a
you know,
motion unless you wanna make a
right.
motion, Jeff.
Michael will bring it back to us on the procurement piece of it. So again, Lorenzo, my motion is to, let me see how we wrote it here. My motion is to fund the EOC's monitoring and presentation system upgrade through the American Rescue Plan Act, the CJ's allocation up to $150,000, subject to, of course, the proper documentation and vetting, which has already gone through, just so you know, I'm representing that we've done that. And we look forward to the procurement at a later date, and I'll look for the second.
Oh, a second, I thought.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Brent, you did.
That's fine.
Second by Commissioner Chesney. And, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
Aye.
Okay, super. Okay, and the next one is really just, let me allow for a little bit of discussion, but we will bring this back to you. I knew that Scott, I didn't want Scott to leave, and I forgot what it was, but now I remember it now. But basically just that and this might interest Commissioner Chesney as well, the Sea Life Center has presented to us a huge master plan. You'll remember the Texas Sea Life Center is a Nueces County facility. It's a property and that we own and the facility, but boy, does it need a lot of TLC. And but they have a huge master plan, and it's don't think we'd be able to fund the whole master plan, but there is pieces of the plan that I think should be brought forth. And the question is I had for Scott, is that considered inside the coastal parks system or not? Simply because it's a county facility. And so I was hesitant on that, but just so you know,
I think they rent it.
They just rent it from us?
Yeah, I think the facility, but I
See,
don't think they don't run it or
but
anything.
next
It's their
door,
own
there's that
entity.
maintenance,
a
you know?
I don't think it's a
So
county
the bottom line is, I see it as the county property, but wanted to ask everybody to, not everybody, but Jenny, just to confirm, the Sea Life Center would be, again, I think we can make the allocation just like, it's like saying, hey, I want to upgrade one of my parks, right? But, so I just want to see what Commissioner Chesney, if you had any interest in this, but this is something that during Winter Storm, we recognized, wow, what an incredible rehab facility it is, but it needs so much modernization. And so, again, when I looked at the master plan, it's so large that I didn't know exactly where to go other than to say that I'd like to get them started. So what I'm going to do is have them come back and say, if you could help with this one piece of it, then this would help us, let's say, get all of the new rehab pools fixed, right? Or this would be, but it is our facility. So if we need to just make that distinction, county infrastructure. And that, the reason I bring it up, Jenny, is because if it's a county infrastructure, if we're actually fixing the building, well, that would go into our lost revenue calculation, okay? If we're actually doing something like putting the turtle pools in, well, that would fall into the category of just the 501c3 beneficiary of the Texas Sea Life Center. Does that make sense?
So do you have, or does someone have for us a description of what it is they want to do?
Well, they want to do a lot. So I'm trying to figure out, by hoping to bring it up today, I was going to say, hey, is there, since we don't really talk about it other than in court, Commissioner, I don't know if you have an interest in infrastructure there, because improving our county building would be a great thing, okay? It so needs it. But it may be that it's best that we just help them with one of their actual, I'm going to call it the rehab components, which wouldn't need us at all. We would just pass through as a 501c Texas Sea Life Center. But I'm willing to allocate, a significant amount to make certain that this amazing facility gets a jump start on their master plan.
It may be that property is a Parks Board.
Well, that's what I just asked.
Yes, yes.
But Chesney says no.
No, I said I don't think they run it, but I think
Right,
that
it's
maybe a
rented
facility.
by a
that
nonprofit.
Maybe a facility we have ownership in. But it's a separate deal. I think they may lease from us, but I'm not 100% sure because they really operate outside of there haven't been a lot of dealings with the Parks Board with them.
Yeah, I don't think it's under Parks Board purvey at all. My understanding is that it's
a separate.
I think they just brought their lease for an extension to Parks
I think
Board.
they just leased the.
They
the
just
building
lease
from
it.
Parks Board.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
I think.
and what I'm going to do is, again, today is my day to tell you, they have a master plan. I'm willing to put forth, the master plan, just so you know, is $2.4 million, Commissioner Chesney. I know you've seen a copy of it from them. It needs to, that building needs our attention. It's not in good shape. And so that's important. You might remember that we just moved those fuel tanks from there, from the back. But it's a fantastic opportunity for both economic development on the island, but more importantly, just animal rehabilitation. And they work with all of the partners that you'd want them to work with. But they're the ones really helping us on our turtle releases. And so I like this idea of being able to vet it, but I didn't want to do it, Jenny, without having a little bit of background. So if you've seen a lease, that could help us get started. But just remember that if you're helping with the building, that's got to go this way. But if you're helping with the 501c3 and their programming,
Right.
it goes that way.
Okay.
And that's why I'm bringing it up for further discussion, but I'm not getting any love over here. So
I was
I'm,
trying to talk, but I couldn't. I was waiting for you to finish. I was going to. I was going to say.
well, all you have to,
Yeah, wait a while.
I was just trying to. I was waiting for you to finish.
okay,
so
thank you for your rude comment. Commissioner Chesney, go ahead.
I didn't make a rude comment.
No, it wasn't for
Oh,
you, Commissioner
okay,
Chesney.
sorry.
The rude comment came from Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay,
Go
so,
ahead.
My answer is, I'm waiting for the process. I've got a big allocation that I'm going to make for charities, but I'm waiting for the process from the county manager, which I thought we were all going to do. Then I'm going to see what her process is, and then I'm going to open the door to all the other charities that I have. But I'm going to make a general allocation. In fact, I was just emailing, trying to figure out how much I have left. I'm going to make a general allocation on my, hopefully the next meeting when I get the number, because I've been asking for a while for what my allocations that I have left are, and I don't have that number. And so, sure, yes, I have an interest, but I don't have anything in front of me. I saw their master plan, but I don't have anything in front of me today as to what they're specifically asking for. And I'm going to wait and do all my charities at one time, because I want to see what process she comes back with, so that I can do a process. So I'm just not ready to do it today because I don't have a lot of background on it today, or what they're specifically asking for, and I'm waiting for the process for the county manager to come back to, so that.
Do you have a copy of it?
That, kind of like you said, keeping up with my word. I had said I'm waiting for yours before I do my charities, because I want to maybe mirror the process that the court does for the ones that I want to do for the precinct 4 allocations.
I don't want to promise anything either until I know.
Do you have a copy of it?
I've seen the master plan.
Okay,
but I have
do
it
you,
with me.
IDA has it. IDA, would you send it to everybody? The Sea Life Center?
And what their specific request
They have it broken down.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they have a complete
Oh, I
breakdown.
didn't
And
see
the
that.
reason I chose 250,000 is because there's a piece that has like 260,000 recommended. But again, just remember that with $1 million, I've seen IDAs, and you've seen it too, because it was on originally circulated to us. With $1 million, you're going to see caps of like $50,000. So in order to really make a monumental impact, it's not going to come from the $1 million. It's going to come from, in fact, I would say that it wouldn't be duplicitous. It would be a bad idea to have a charity receive from the $1 million pot and also receive from your CJ pot, unless there was some compelling reason. Those are meant for $0 to $50,000, right? Or not zero, but $1,000 to $50,000. And this is to create monumental change. Most of the good work that's done in our community is done through 501c3s or 501c4s or 501c9s and 14s. But I think that the idea will be the Sea Life Center's breakdown will be helpful to you. And all I wanted to do is to put on the record today that I think that behooves us as a county facility. I'm interested in both infrastructure, but if that doesn't work, then I'd be happy to work just on their programming the way they have recommended it. But I think it would make more sense for you to give it some thought too, so that we could pool our dollars and really fund something significant. And that's what I wanted you to know, is that we have a master plan. They have broken it down. And it is our facility. And if they execute a new lease, that's even better, because they're going to be there for
We don't know
quite
for
some time.
sure it belongs to the coastal parks.
No, we know that it's a county building, but Jenny says that the lease goes to coastal parks, the use of the.
I know it's county building, but the coastal park controls it, I guess, right?
If the lease goes to them, I would assume so, but I don't know for
Jay,
sure.
would you be
I just
so
haven't-
kind as to text Scott Cross? He can answer in
I mean,
just
you
real
can-
quick.
Judge, I would just say, let's do, if you want to do yours today, I'm fine with it. And then
Okay,
come
and
back
then
later.
you'll give it some thought, because I will switch it if you think it's best to go to infrastructure.
I just don't know yet.
No, I know, but if you
right.
do, let's work together on that, because I would say that it's better to pool it, but we'll do it today, but I'm open to switching it if you think there's something more important in
Yeah, I appreciate that.
infrastructure.
My inclination too on the infrastructure, I know if I remember right, it's been a while, we do that lease, and it's not a very high dollar lease because it's not a high dollar building. So So my gut instinct is to say, well, if you're going to improve the infrastructure, then you kind of have a duty to increase the lease. So I would have an inclination to say maybe program.
I'm with you. I agree with you. I don't want to get into that. Then that changes their whole.
Right.
Okay, so all I'm going to do is, my motion then would be to fund, and this is all subject to the Texas Sea Life Center for programming, as outlined by their master plan, for $250,000 from the county judge ARPA allocation, and by doing that, we subject to, of course, the vetting, which again I've already done, but subject to the vetting, and more importantly, I'll always be open to amend at a later date if a more consolidated program becomes available. Okay? And if you would second that, Commissioner Chesney, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And by the way, if y'all have never been out there, I don't blame you because you might have just passed it. It's fantastic. You should go check it out and see sea turtles. I'm not talking about not just commissioners. I'm talking about who's listening out there. Take your kids. Go see sea turtles that are being rehabbed right here in our backyard. So I know the aquarium does it as well, but this is a very amazing. It's so close to the beach that they actually host the releases from time to time right on Padre Island. So pretty cool stuff. Okay, it is 10:20, and I'm still waiting, right, guys, for the whole group? I'm going to go on to another one, and then we'll come back. Will you double check it? I thought I saw them here. I saw Robert. Okay, I'm going to call the one we skipped, item number 4. Discuss and consider approval of the project team's recommendation of the top 15 preliminary flood risk areas identified for further analysis for the Texas Water Development Board Tri-County Drainage Master Plan Study. And coming in are our team, and you guys have a copy of what is titled Table 1, but let's look at it.
I was going to move to table that one, Judge, but if we can remove the word project, I think it'd be okay.
I don't think there's a word project, but let's double check it.
It's project team's recommendation.
Well, the project team is just half ice, Susan. The team is.
I know, I understand. I believe we met with Susan and we had a real good meeting and we came out with some real good results, but and we agreed also that the word project wouldn't be listed in anywhere of the area, risk area, flood areas that we were discussing. So when we get confused as far as projects and flood risk areas, I think
we agree. We agree with you, but just so the word project refers to them, the Tri-County Drainage Study Project. It doesn't refer, the words that you want are there, preliminary flood risk areas. The only word project refers to the group of people. It's not the projects.
Can we just amend?
Just take it away. I mean, just so you know, it's not even.
Can we just take out the word, make a motion to take out the word project and make it?
Yes, there's
study team or something.
Study, just call it the study team.
Study team.
Study team.
Whatever, just something that didn't say projects.
The drainage study team.
Study team or technical team, yeah.
Technical
Either,
study. Okay, I'm fine. Let's just call it the drainage technical team, okay? So it's the approval of the drainage technical team's recommendation of the top 15 preliminary flood risk areas identified for further analysis for the TWDB Tri-County Drainage Master Plan Study. It's item number 4, and if you look under your notebook, you will see that there is all the maps, and you'll see that there's a table. Connie, any way you could bring this up? And just so you know, the word project does not appear anywhere. It says preliminary identified flood risk areas. And Susan, this is the one I'm holding up, and this is the one that the technical team is recommending after reviewing with commissioners.
That's correct, Judge. Okay. Yes, thank you all very much for this time to come and visit with y'all. I appreciate it, especially all the commissioners, and Judge, you as well, just visiting with each of y'all. Our team, I just want to recognize I've got Hafen Associates with me, and of course I've got Josh Logan, their lead project manager, and along with Kelsey and Robert Schultz and others with our team. And so just, again, we appreciate this time to come before y'all. And based on your feedback and just information that you all each shared, the revised Table 1 reflects those revisions. And those are the, the Tier 1. We're not ranking them as we've discussed, but they're prioritized in Tier 1, those 15 flood risk areas. And those areas will be further evaluated by the technical team. And we will be coming back to you all, probably early February, mid-February, with some regional and sub-regional improvements to present to you all. And that'll all be done in advance before we have public meeting number 4.
Got it. Okay, so this is the list, and is there a motion to approve this list of preliminary flood risk areas?
For study, right?
For
what you want to study.
Yes,
So
it says it.
move.
For further analysis
Second.
for the study. Motion and a second. And are there any discussion at all?
What was the motion, the second? Sorry.
The motion is to accept this.
Okay.
And it reflects, Susan said when you were out, that it reflects all of the conversations that she's had with each of us.
Okay, let me just look real quick, Judge.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I've never seen anything go that fast.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm just reading into the record, Lorenzo, just because I know it's got audio. The ranch at Cindy Park, flood risk area. Rancho Banquete, flood risk area. Banquete, flood risk area. Agua Dulce, flood risk area. La Paloma Ranch, flood risk area. North Robstown flood risk area, South Robstown flood risk area, Calicote Farm area, FM 1694 and Texas 44 North flood risk area, Driscoll flood risk area, Fiesta Ranch flood risk area, Balchuk Lane and Digger Lane flood risk area, Nottingham Acres flood risk area, South Prairie Estates and Rabbit Run flood risk area, Indian Trails flood risk area. That's for the record.
I'm good now, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner.
So I know we spent some time last week talking about this, and so it's nuance, it's wording, but like North Robstown flood risk area and South, and I know that kind of shows the delineation between the two areas of focus or concern. We know that there's one area that has certain interests that's really technically Robstown address, but reality it's not City of Robstown.
That's
correct.
correct.
And they have their own issues, and we've had many of their residents come here before us. And South is, I assume it's more City of Robstown. But to help me clarify again, there was other areas that I represented to you all that you all are aware of that I wanted to include in there. So is that here, or isn't that another group for study? Because there is the areas of Blue Bonnet in here, or because we already kind of recognized that the last time you were here, is that in a separate group in itself?
And Commissioner, that's a great question. And we appreciated your feedback when we visited last Friday. And, our study, and again, these are general, these are just large. We're just trying to capture the overall large, big picture of where we're studying. But as you know, there are there's a Category 2 Flood Infrastructure Fund projects going on that ICE is involved with. And then there's also some additional funding, I think, through the CDBG that you guys have got allocated for the area as well. And so this third component will just complement all of those activities that are going on. But we will be looking at Blue Bonnet. Yes, we made note of that. In fact, Josh, I don't know if you want to say a few words following up.
Yeah, so Blue Bonnet and some of those other areas that are on the west side of Robstown are going to be included with the analysis that we do with the south and possibly the north. Like I said, those areas, we kind of made big circles to make sure that we covered it, but we're going to have modeled the improvements that are going on with those other projects to make sure that what we do, anything that we are able to come up with, will further complement those.
Good.
So
I know it's all a bunch of pieces of the
Yep.
puzzle to pull together. So if
Understood.
anybody's watching and wondering, what is included or what's left out, it is. It has been discussed.
It's inclusive.
It's been
Yes,
my
sir.
priority. I know the judge and I have been talking about those areas a lot, and we've been out to probably all your meetings that you've held there in and around Robstown, Banquetti, Aguaduz, and those areas. So,
And
keep,
those, yes, those
understand
efforts,
that
yes,
yes,
those
it's all
efforts
being
are
included.
going to help,
Yes.
and the ones that are ongoing. And what
Right.
we're trying to do is further complement those, along with picking up some more benefit.
And I'm on board. I just felt it was worth kind of addressing in
Mentioning
case
it.
there's any confusion on how that's
Yes,
all
sir.
working
And that goes
together.
for some of the other ones where there are similar projects in the area. So.
Like Casablanca,
Correct.
Yeah,
for example,
Sure.
and Bluebonnet.
Yeah.
And then in that same vein, Susan, we have partners in this Texas Water Development Board process, and they're great partners. And so, for example, Clayburgh, when we look at that top 31 projects, well, not projects, but the list of 31 that went up to Texas Water Development Board through the NRA, those also help address, if you will, the Clayburgh piece of it.
That's correct. It's actually number 30 on that list of flood risk areas, and it's it's labeled Petronila Creek Environmental Study,
Right.
and it will be focusing on sedimentation and erosion control. And so it's an item that's already going to be addressed within the study, and so that's the reason why it moved a little lower on the priority list.
Very good. Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that our neighbors, friends, and partners in the study know that they're also included. These were our top 15 of priority areas. And likewise with Jim Wells, they have a more unique situation because the city of Alice is not in our watershed.
Correct.
But that area, if you will, east, I guess, north and east, the Orange Grove area, there is a sliver in there, if you will, that will be looked at most likely.
That's correct. And most of all, for Jim Wells, and they were aware of this from early on when we were developing the scope of work for the project. And as y'all know, they had the smaller component as far as cash contribution and in-kind, just because of their, I don't want to say smaller role in a sense. They are very important because, as y'all know, they're at the very top of the watershed, and we need to be looking at the hydrology just to understand how much flow, how much water is contributing from their county, from their area in the northern part of Baffin Bay as it enters into Nueces and then, of course, goes through Clayburgh. So they have a very important role, but again, we're focusing more on the hydrology for them. And then also, too, Half & Associates is going to be doing some additional mapping for them. That'll be really helpful. These will all be work products that they'll have provided to them after the study is complete. In fact, I don't know, Josh, if you want to say a little bit on the mapping for Jim Wells.
And do we have a copy of this, or are we going to get a copy of this?
Can we get a copy of
Yes.
this?
Of
this presentation we have on the
yeah.
screen? I don't think we have.
Absolutely. Yeah, these maps have been, yes, we can get you.
I get we've had it, but
Yeah.
it's.
But
if we
Connie,
can-
Yeah,
just
we'll make
get
sure
it
we
for
will
everybody.
package up all the,
Yeah.
the current
Thank
deliverables
you.
for all of you guys. Yes, sir, absolutely. Yeah, Jim Wells, they're the upper part of the watershed. We had to understand the quantity of water in the major storm events that's coming down to Banquetti and the upper part of Petronila Creek. So that was kind of the major deliverable for them, is giving them that hydrology model that they can then use for any of their development regulation as Orange Grove continues to grow, things like that. We did, in order to kind of make a complete picture of the mapping of our study area, we did go ahead and map it as well, and that's where the kind of the work product for Jim Wells is covered. So they have a much better understanding, or will, by the end of the study, of their current flood risk, and then kind of where water accumulates in particular throughout that upper part of that basin.
And then what I like about that is they'll be able to use that data
Absolutely.
for their future
Yeah, same
grant.
same as the models that we're providing to the county and,
Right.
and to you guys is you've got much better understanding, and you've got something you can build off of. If you do get a massive development coming in, they can take our models and show you the impacts of it
Right.
and stuff like
Well,
that.
and just seems like growth is moving that corridor. So it seems like this
good
is very important to do. All right. Well, thank you for that. If there's no further questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Post same sign. Okay, guys, thanks so much. we appreciate your efforts. I know meeting with everybody makes everybody feel included and gets us on the right team. And now we know we're going to call you the drainage technical team. You've got a new name. Okay?
Thank you so much,
All
y'all.
right.
And again, we
Thank
just
you.
appreciate your time and feedback.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay, I see we've got Juan here. We've got 4 items, Juan. Let's move to all 4 of yours right now. They're listed B1 through 4. And the first one is a funding source for the Nueces County Jail Steel Wall Repair Project.
Yes, Judge, good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. We wanted to bring it to court that the steel walls in the jail need to be repaired, and we're asking for funding from Commissioners Court in order to take care of the steel walls.
So moved.
Hang on.
Make a motion. We can have discussion after the second.
Okay.
But
I'll
he's
second.
asking for funding. Is there a funding source?
Yeah, we need a funding source.
Yes, so I spoke to Ida, but she just walked out, but I believe there is sufficient dollars in CO 2021 unallocated, but I'd like for her to confirm when she walks back in. And you've got a cost estimate. You have a range, not an estimate, but a range.
Yes, ma'am. We have a range.
And what is that range?
Well, we estimated about $200,000 for right now, Judge.
That's the number that I was given. If you'll just wait for her, I'm fairly certain that, or if you wanted to, we could we've already have a motion, a second, but is it okay if we add to your motion that it's a CO 2021 unallocated?
Do we have that?
Well, that's what I'm having her confirm. I mean,
Okay.
I asked her, we believe we do from the generator project.
So amend that motion to
Just subject to the allocation being
availability
available.
of unallocated
And that's-
CO 2021.
21.
And when we say unallocated 2021,
It means like the generator project, we gave it so much money, and let's say we only spent,
so it's not unallocated, it's really.
it's really
unspent,
not.
Unspent, yeah. 'Cause
if you want to say unspent,
But it just throws me off because I'm
Make it
thinking, where did
unspent.
we not allocate?
unspent is
No,
better.
it's okay. I'm not trying to be unspent. Okay.
Here she comes. We are talking about the jail steel wall repair. It's got a cost range of about $200,000. At least we want to earmark that kind of money to prepare these steel walls. And you and I had talked about unspent money. There you go.
Correct. So I provide this.
Would it be CO 21?
Yes, that's what we have available here.
Okay.
And that's from which project? Was from the boiler that we didn't spend?
The generators.
Generators?
So the CS21 is 1925.
You just got handed this right before I came in,
Okay.
so I didn't have a chance to look at it. So what am I
So
looking at?
you're gonna see,
Just page 2, just, you don't have to, just, pardon me? Which one?
And you're gonna see
What's this one?
21.
That one?
Yeah.
That's out of precinct 4.
Yeah, but I have all the precincts in this document.
Right, but I think,
numbers.
I think we're talking about not just, I do appreciate this, this is awesome, but I think what we're talking about is just the general, like, generator project. We allocated 8 million, we only
Correct.
spent 7.
Oh, yeah, we have some funds available in that
Right,
way.
I think
Correct.
that's what we're talking about for this
Where's
one.
this coming from is what I'm trying to figure out.
For the generators? Yeah,
which
that's
is
not
what-
No, for the jail steel wall repair.
Right. In other words, where is this 200,000 coming from that's an unspent 21? Someone just needs to show me because I don't know
It would
where
be
you're getting it from.
the 2021, you and I talked that there was extra money in the 2021 COs from the generator project.
Where
Yeah,
does,
the 2021 is 1925, so those are probably different, Judge, that you're referring to that one, because the 2021, you see, for example, under year.
Right,
You
yeah,
yeah.
this isn't applicable, put that
Correct.
one away. I'm just saying to you that we're not using our precinct funds. I'm asking you if 2021 COs are available from all the projects that we've put forth.
Correct, so whatever was
200,000.
remaining for the other project, we reallocate back to the unallocated.
That's exactly what I told him.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then we're just gonna get from those funds, which
so
are
how much is in-
available.
How much is in this unallocated, unspent fund? So just, unallocated is fine, but it really was, we allocated it
And didn't use it all.
Didn't use
And
it
then we don't
all.
use it
So
all.
how much is in that fund?
The
Okay.
balance.
I mean,
He's asking you, I did.
Yes, I'm looking into that.
So, like, we come in here and we keep doing this, but I don't, I'd like, I'm just assuming it's okay, and I don't want to do that. So I just want
Correct.
someone to show me that where that fund balance is, how much it is, and
That's a really good Teresa question because
she's on.
Yeah,
she's
let
not
me
here
just
today,
get-
but we can do it subject to the 21s, but I can,
Well, but I mean,
I'm gonna
we
get,
should have it.
Let me get that dollar amount, and can we come back just to make sure like we have that number? That,
Yeah.
Oh, that we
but
for
today,
sure
I
have
mean,
That-
I promise, okay?
yeah,
And
that's-
let me run the number.
I get.
right,
Yeah, so can we move on?
that we
pass
can
on this
move
one
on it.
for right
But,
now?
but I think that's where we're headed, okay? So the next one's a change order for the ADA Improvement and Upgrades Project. It's item number 2.
Yes,
The cost
Judge.
associated with this.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is an increase in, well, it's not an increase. We have some allocated monies that are in there, a contingency, and we're planning on using 127,000, let me put on my glasses, 809.87 out of the contingencies. So this is monies that have been allocated, so we're just planning on using those monies.
And will you define the work, just for the record?
Yes, ma'am. It's to increase the three wheelchair lifts on the fourth and fifth floor.
Wait, say that again, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. This is to increase the three wheelchairs lifts in the fourth and fifth floor, some additional walls and ceilings and finishes that need to be done, and then 13 ADA automatic door openers, some restroom accessories, and then some additional floor and wall tile in room 3.015 and 301.14.
So we're doing more because we didn't spend our entire budget on what we originally budgeted, and this was left over our contingency.
It's a contingency,
fund, and so
Commissioner.
we're using the contingency to do some additional upgrades for ADA.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
correct.
That's fine. Motion to pass, Judge.
All right, there's a motion and a second by Gonzalez. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then there's also item number 3, which is a change order number 2. It's also listed in the same fashion. It also comes from contingencies, I believe.
Well, on this one, Judge, this is a deduction to the contract. This is for some windstorm insurance. And what Starter is doing is they're giving us a credit of $47,000. Let me look at it real quick. Give you the right number.
Okay, so it really should have read a deductive change order.
That's correct. It's 47. It's 47,501.77. So we're getting a credit.
Okay, great. So all you need to do is have us accept the deductive change order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to accept the
Second.
deductive change order number 2 for the courthouse ADA. There's a second by Hernandez. It's in the amount of $47,000. It comes from a windstorm certification.
Yes, ma'am. For the insurance.
For the insurance. Okay, and any other questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, now we're going to go to the Calderon building, and you've got some extensions.
Yes, ma'am. On this one, Judge and Commissioners, all we're doing is we're requesting an extension in the contract to December the 30th. Everything's on schedule for the project. The only thing is the doors they're planning on getting them the first week of December. So we're just kind of giving them a little bit more time so they can do the finishes on the doors and to do the punch list items. So we're recommending till the 30th. I'm more sure the project will be done by mid-December once we get the doors by the first week of December.
So this is just time only, no cost?
No, this is just time only, no cost.
So
Yes, sir.
move.
So moved, second.
Okay, there's a motion by Modis and a second by Gonzalez, and there's no other discussion. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
In the next meeting, can we kind of give us a little show how we're doing with the building and how it's looking and everything?
Yes, sir. I'll bring a presentation to court, Commissioner.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. So what we have left that's not in executive is receiving an update from the project manager on the boiler installation project. And then also, just so I can get it out of the way, the next meeting date is November the 16th. Is that correct? Is that, can someone confirm?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to say that for the record on item number 10, the next one is November the 16th. Okay.
Judge,
And that is a Wednesday, and that is a regular agenda.
Judge, I have a motion to make on number 8 that I don't believe that we need to go back into any more legal discussion on.
Okay.
Whenever, if you would be willing to entertain that.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Whenever
as long as somebody doesn't have a legal,
I have a question, and I'm not sure if it will be legal, so I'd rather ask if we, and that, I promise that will just be a real quick yes or no, but if it is something that shouldn't be discussed out here, I'd rather it be done in executive session, so.
okay.
I don't know.
All right, so we'll hold on that
Or I
one.
can ask you offline right now, and then we can vote on it real quick.
Yeah,
Okay, and also,
that'd be
in
great.
that case, what I'm going to do is recess for like 3 minutes, because we're in recess, 10:47. It's a good bathroom break if anybody wants to go to the bathroom. Well, let's come back on the record. 10:53 a.m., back from a quick recess, and we're going to go into the item that's listed on the agenda as number 7, and we're going to receive the update regarding the boiler installation project in the jail. And Shane, do you have a PowerPoint, or is it just?
I do not. It's
just verbal?
It's just verbal, Your Honor.
Okay, if you have any, okay, go ahead. If you have any handouts or anything, let us know.
Okay. Currently, Cleaver Brooks has been on site since yesterday working on the mixing valve water for the deaerator tank, so the discharge water temperature is down to a safe level for the piping. This project should be completed by this afternoon. Also, the scanning of the piping is scheduled to begin and handled by Precision NDT LLC with a duration of 5 days. And ABM has confirmed that this work is starting tomorrow, November 3rd, 2022. ABM did reach out to other entities that was recommended by Ron Wheaton, the engineer of record, that was shared with ABM. However, that contractor did not return ABM's call. Also, ABM walked the site with Precision NDT LLC last week and reviewed all pipes to be scanned. Precision NDT feels that this testing will take 5 days. They are then anticipating that a report would follow within 2 to 3 business days of completed testing. LAN and Ron Wheaton, engineer of record, walked and reviewed the piping installed last Thursday, and the engineer of record generated a report that was shared to everyone. There are some items that need to be completed by the contractor to match the contract drawings, and some valves that are leaking that need to be looked at and reviewed possibly by the county. LAN and Ron Wheaton, the engineer of record, both tried to reach out to the state inspector yesterday to get any more clarification on his email from last week, but have not received a response from the as of this Commissioner's Court today. However, I am to understand, and talking with ABM this morning, ABM, the state inspector, John, and Bryant, and Byers Mechanical all just had a conversation about the boilers. I don't know of the extent of all that yet, but that I was just told that just before walking in the door here. Currently, from the state inspector's own letter, ABM was given until November 24th, 2022 to have the testing report in and started any corrections needing to be made. Also, 6 months ago, JCI installed the final controls and graphics on the boilers 3 and had 1 and 2 up in Medisys for almost a year. This does show both the boilers on and off and if they are in alarm. And that was confirmed this morning with JCI. Also, yesterday, Ron Wheaton sent me late last night, which I will be sharing with everybody today, that all new steam line pressure piping connected between the boiler and the existing main steam valves were hydro tested at 100 psi for a minimum time of 1 hour. Pipe sections were isolated between the existing main valve and the building flange, bolted in place on the boiler connection plate. Date stamped records of the pressure gauge readings are attached to his report. All hydraulic tests work was completed on September 14th and March 21st. That is the update on the boilers as where it stands right now.
Okay. Unless you are a kind of in your line of work, you said a lot of things that maybe people don't understand. Can you you identified in your first sentence the name of a company, and that's the manufacturer's representative. Is that correct?
If you're talking about the testing portion of it, the testing portion is actually the company that will come out and do the pressure testing to the lines that has been requested in the meeting that we had a couple weeks ago with
No,
Public
this
Works.
was the very first, if you'll go back to your notes, because I know you're reading, you started off by listing a company's name.
Yes, 1 second here.
I think that was an inspector he talked about.
Oh, Cleaver Brooks.
That's correct.
Yes, Cleaver Brooks is a representative Bryant.
Okay. And they are,
They are one of the boiler technicians that are certified to work on the boiler system.
okay, so I just want to make sure, it's hard to have context, right? People,
Yes.
I know, but people don't.
Yes.
You know.
So-
And then also, when you say that we're going to have this testing done in the next 5 days, that this, you say they're scanning the pipes. Do you want to explain what that means?
Sure, they're going to UT test the pipes. They have a certain criteria and direction of what they have to do and spacing that will be done on all the piping that is connected with the boiler system. This will also run down the piping that runs to room 120 inside the jail.
And this will be done, and we'll have the report in 5 days?
No,
or
the testing will take 5 days and the report will be 2 to 3 days after that.
Okay, so in about 8 days, we'll have the report on the pipes.
Correct.
Okay, and that's important because that's what has been flagged, if you will, as please test. That's what the state licensing and regulatory inspector said. He said, I'm giving you till November 24th to get these pipes tested and let us know. And there's, and that's what you've done. Is that correct?
This is correct.
And if we take 8 days from today, November 2nd, somewhere between November 10th or 11th, you'll certainly be able to report back immediately if there's anything that comes out detrimental. But if not, if there's nothing detrimental, we'll see you back here on November 16th, and you'll give us another presentation on that report.
This is correct, Your Honor. And as soon as I receive the information on the report, I will share it with everybody.
Okay, that would be my next question. Okay, so this is a presentation only.
Excuse me, Judge, I have a
So let me
question.
have some folks help by asking some questions, and I'll call on you. Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, Shane, how long has this company been on the project? The one you just referred to?
Cleaver Brooks?
Yes.
Cleaver Brooks has been on and off this project many times. Every time that ABM calls with an issue to Byers Mechanical calls Cleaver Brooks to come out and deal with anything that has to do with the boiler itself.
Okay. Maybe what I'm asking, you said off and on. How many times have they been on?
I don't have the exact numbers with me right now, but I could generate that.
Maybe you would. I
Sure.
appreciate it, off
You
and
bet.
on.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner
On
Gonzalez.
this, on the papers I'm looking at right now, I guess came from the state, right? From Terry Hewitt.
Yes, sir.
He's a boiler inspector too.
He is.
He's the one that said that he's given us 30 days to certify the boiler violation, right? But also on the next page, it says the building heat exchangers and piping is rated for 15 PSI. The boiler is operated on 30 PSI. And I don't know why is it almost double.
Well-
Maybe that's the problem with the piping, why it shakes and everything. I don't know. But my last question, Shane, is that I understand, I don't know, that the boilers, well, we had 30, now we have 150. They were bigger than what we had before, I understand that. Is that correct?
From what I'm to understand, yes. The boilers that are in there now are 150 PSI built boilers. They are regulated down to a 30 PSI on the valve, but they're running, and this was done once again, I believe, by Cleaver Brooks and Bryant, that came in and brought that down, that is only running at 10 to 12 pounds is what it's running at.
But
So
the one
it's,
we had before, what was the size of the one before?
to be honest with you, I do not know. I would have to go back and look to see what the tags that used to be out there were.
I think I heard it
My
was
question,
15.
my question is, why didn't we get the same boiler size? It would have been probably a lot cheaper too, But if we got 150 and we have to cut it back to 30, why do we buy 150?
I can't answer that question at the moment because there's some questions that are being answered by Bryant right now that are going to Buyers Mechanical regarding the boilers themselves. Once I have that actual paperwork in hand and all the backup with that, I'll be able to answer all those questions to exactly what boilers were ordered, if the casing and the outside shell of the boiler would still be the same.
Right. And who authorized the bigger boilers?
The boilers were ordered by ABM. And they were ordered when they...
But who authorized the fact that we're going to buy bigger boilers? Is that ABM?
ABM did that. They did. It was not done by anybody else.
There's no explanation why or anything?
We have not received anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Would it stand to reason that one possible explanation might be that it would provide for a greater heating source?
No, but they cut it back to 30, Judge.
They only have to
Well, forgive me, I know there's a lot of commentary. If you want to make another comment,
Okay,
let me
well,
call on you. I'll call on you.
My apology.
I appreciate you apologizing.
Oh,
Shane,
problem.
what I want to do is ask you to please get that information, but when we asked that very question, we were given the explanation that it was a better boiler. So in other words, why do you order something that's better than you had before? Well, because you want it better. Can you try to get those answers for us to try to see if
Yes, Your Honor, I can.
that they have more capacity, and more capacity at 30 PSI is better than capacity at 15 PSI?
Yes. From what I'm to understand from the engineer record, these are better boilers than what were originally inside the facility before.
One would hope, right? Okay, if you could get all of that to us, we're looking forward to that, plus the report as to whether or not the pipes, well, what you said that was being done is called the scanning of
Yes.
the pipes.
UT testing.
Okay.
Excuse me, Shane, I have one more
Yes, sir.
question. How old were the boilers that you all removed?
To be honest with you, I do not know how old the boilers were. I could probably go back and get information from Public Works. I'm sure that they would have maybe some information when two of the boilers were newer and one of them was a very old boiler. It was probably around from when the original building was in place.
I remember that. All right, Shane, thank you.
You bet.
Judge, comment, please?
Yes, Commissioner Chesney, thank you for
Actually,
asking.
Thank you. I just had for Juan, if I could get you up there. Juan, I wanted to say first and foremost, I really appreciate it on behalf of the county and the Commissioner's Court. You're really were the ones who, you and your staff, not just you, who raised the concerns over these issues, and had you not done that, I'm not sure we'd be here today. So thank you for that first.
Yes, sir.
My question, though, is to you, is now that you've had a chance to review this and gone through this, where are you on the concern level as to, are we taking the appropriate steps now? Are we on the right direction?
Commissioner, I think some of this information is new, so I need to sit down with Shane and ABM and kind of go over. We did have a meeting with ABM yesterday and had some discussions with them. So I just need to kind of sit down with them and kind of go over some of this information.
And it sounds like we may need to have ABM in here next time because respectfully to Shane, he's deferring a lot of these questions, saying he needs to check with ABM, he needs to check with Ron Wheaton, he needs to check. So we may need to get a little more resource in here for the next presentation, and so that they can answer these questions directly, so that we don't have to keep asking Shane to go back and find them and bring them back. And because people have different roles in this process, and there are some of these questions that Shane wouldn't know without going back and checking. And so let's make sure that if the next time we do this, that everybody that needs to be in the room's in the room,
Yes, sir.
and it's either a unified front or it's not, and why? Because, this is a serious issue, and again, were it not for you and your staff bringing it to the attention, I don't think we would be here today, so thank you for that. But if you see something with this new information, I would appreciate.
Commissioner, I have to jump in.
I would appreciate that if you don't interrupt me, please. I would appreciate that if you would bring that to our attention, as you go along. So,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much.
Hold on, I don't know if he can hear you. Just give me a second. We've got a bad connection, but let's see if we can get a better connection. Will you unmute? Okay. JP, did you have an answer for the question that was posed?
I didn't ask him any questions.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well,
comment.
What I wanted to say, Judge, I heard Commissioner characterize it as a serious issue, and I don't know that I would use that characterization. We do not have a serious issue relative to these boilers, period, full stop.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Thank you, but I will agree to disagree with your assessment, JP. It may not be right now, but it was when it started, and I appreciate your assessment, but I see it differently. Thank you.
Very good.
JP, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Are you an engineer?
No, I'm a registered architect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We are going to move on and
But if
try
I
to.
may, Judge, what I would like to add to that question, however, is that we have reviewed every question that has been asked with the engineering team. The engineer that the county hired to do a third-party evaluation provided a clarifying statement about their original letter that said that there was not a serious issue. And so, Commissioner, when we talk about these things, please know that Shane, JP, LAN, et cetera, have vetted these questions with the professionals. And so the reluctance to step out and make definitive statements in court is based solely on our interest in providing facts and good information to the county rather than just an answer.
Well, maybe next time y'all can bring an engineer to let us know what our concerns are, maybe put us at ease that we shouldn't have those concerns.
It's a great suggestion, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you back here with more data, more info. If we can move on to Juan's item, we've got information now.
We do, Judge, and I would make a motion to pass now that I've seen the data that has
All
been
right.
provided.
This is for your steel wall repair. This is item B1, and the motion is.
There was already a motion.
It was already a motion. You're right. Thank you. It was already a motion, a second. It was just a matter of clarifying the funding source.
John made the motion. You're right, Judge.
Right, John did. And it was CO 2021, and therefore all the questions have been answered, and so the allocation shall be made up to
200,000.
Thank you, 200,000.
Judge, I would just ask that we do this on a regular basis, if this could be provided and we wouldn't have to be stopped. If someone's going to ask for something out of a fund, just to put this little sheet in there, that's all I would have needed. So thank you very much.
I'll direct your ask to the court administrator.
Or whoever's agenda item. I don't know who put it on. Public Works, whoever.
Public
Someone
Works.
needs to put it. Whoever's putting the agenda
I
item
agree.
on
I think we need IDA needs to be here to hear that because ultimately she's the lead and she needs to be asking that on our behalf. Shouldn't be getting to this point for us to ask it. I mean, it's not on you. I mean, you gave what you needed, but
well, no. I got to say this one. I love Juan, but I got to say this is if it's under Public Works, then the backup needs to come from Public Works.
But the lead that we've given to do that is IDA. So
yes, sir. We requested to tell us where the money is.
It.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. If you made the request, then it goes to her.
Yes, sir. We made the request.
Fair. Okay.
I think he did request a funding source, and I suggested CO 21 and told the court administrator, hey, let's do CO 21. I think what happened was she confused it, and she got your individual CO 21s. That's why we got this. Yeah. And what we meant was the general CO 21.
Then, John, you're right.
So that's what happened.
Then, John, you're right. I stand corrected.
All right.
You're right.
So, okay,
right.
all those in favor signify by saying yes.
Aye.
You want to know who the second was? Moi. C'est moi. I seconded it earlier. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, so now that concludes all the needs, I think, that you've got there.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
And
Thanks, Juan.
we're good. And then I believe now it's time to go into executive session.
Just number 8,
Wait,
Judge?
I'm sorry. That's right. You said you didn't need 8 in.
Yes, I don't. And I think maybe Commissioner Martis might have got his question answered.
Commissioner Modis, were you able to get your question answered?
Yes, Judge, I was. So I'm good with not having to take that item into executive session.
Okay. And item number 8, Commissioner, is the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, dismissal of HR director pursuant to Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. You said that you had a motion that you wanted us to consider?
Yes, ma'am. Based on my belief that this is in the best interest of Nueces County, I hereby make a motion that pursuant to Section 2.44 of the Nueces County Personnel Manual, Julie Garrett, current Nueces County Human Resource Director, be reassigned to a position within the county of the same grade and salary as that of Human Resource Director with no period of probation and no loss of benefits. Said position is said position is within the Sheriff's Office, subject to the creation of that position by freezing other existing positions that already exist in the Sheriff's Office. So no fiscal impact. And I'll type that out if you
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there a discussion, or has she had the opportunity to be advised of this by you?
But right now she's on vacation, but by the next meeting, I'm going to have an answer.
Okay.
But
Okay, I wanted to know, as they say, the witness has rights. Is there an opportunity to make some discussion here on just the concept of, typically when we do this, we allow the person to be present? I feel uncomfortable knowing what her position is on this.
Judge, it's not respectfully.
This is under 2.44 of the Personnel Manual. Right. Reassignment. The appointing authority may reassign employees to positions in the same grade and salary under the same appointing authority. They're not subject to the same rules as transfers. Employees should be, and after the vote, will be given advance notice in writing of the change and the reasons for it.
And where is that?
Right, that's what we do now, and then we give her notice.
So the vote has taken place, and now I believe it is the county manager's intention to give that notice in writing with all that it needs to have in it.
But what is it going to say? Like, do we not get a chance to look at that, or is that brought back?
It's going to say exactly what the motion says, Judge. I consulted with the county attorney on this. I asked her how to do this legally. This is what I was advised to do exactly by the county attorney. I did let the county manager know I would be making this motion. I obviously don't know what the rest of the court's going to vote on, but I did let the county manager know I was going to be making this motion. And so this is by the book. I have, I've done this legally by the book, and this is how we're supposed to do it. And if the court votes to do this, then my understanding is then the county manager gives the official written notice, and that's it. The court doesn't have to support it, but this is by the book. I'm reading the motion that the county attorney approved.
And so my understanding is the position has to be created. It has not been created yet, but that is in the works. And then the transfer is provided for in the second paragraph. The start date of any employee that is reassigned to another position shall be on the first day of the beginning of a pay period once it's created, and then it's unless authorized otherwise by Human Resources. But
she has to accept the position.
Well, she doesn't have to accept.
No, she don't have to. But if she does, she moves over, and if she doesn't, the alternative is
then the court would reconsider its actions.
That's what I wanted to know. I don't hear a second.
No, he seconded.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't hear you. Sorry. I didn't hear the second. Okay. I'm just uncomfortable because I don't know what it seems like she would have, under normal circumstances, been here to say, I want to stay in my position, or I'm happy to have this reassignment, and that would help us make that determination. But if there's no further
Judge,
questions.
And that's why I had asked the county attorney just for an offline question, because I wanted to make sure that any of this discussion that we had right now didn't need to be in executive session. And so I was advised that this fell within the rules and parameters to allow for us to have this discussion. So that would have been one of the questions on board have brought up, had this been in executive session. But I think this one has been, do we know how many times this has been placed on the agenda? Would anyone have a guess of how many times? 8. It probably at least that many. I was going to say probably 10. And in this situation, Jenny or Ide or whoever can help me, because the way that this motion is made, it's not like Julie or anyone in that position would have an opportunity to say, hey, I'd like to stay. It's more of this is a reassignment, and that's done because the court has administrative or appointment over that position. So it's not like you could say, no, I want to stay, and then the court would say, oh, okay. It's a matter of it's allowed.
Right. This is not a disciplinary action under the manual. This is its own item, reassignment. It has its own rules, a very small section here, which don't provide for debate on the issue.
Understood. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as read earlier, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. Commissioner?
I said no.
No. Okay. There's 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. I'm abstaining. I would like to have had her here present. Okay, we are going to go to executive session because we do have item number 9 to work on, and that's a case that needs our attorney's consultation. So I'm giving notice now. The Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere in the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Sections 551071, 72, 73, 74, 75, 86, and 87, these are the provisions that give us authority inside the Open Meetings Act and allow us to go into executive session to consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, which we'll do so today, and real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and any other matter that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. So that means we will come back on the record afterwards and take up any item. We'll ask the courtroom to be cleared, Connie to take us off, those in the waiting room, Everybody's here, right? That needs to be? Yes? Okay, we'll come back on the record at 11:58 a.m., 2 minutes before noon. We're back on the record, and we actually don't have any matters to take up from executive session, and therefore I do believe that we are completely done with the agenda for today. And I would just ask if there's any adjournments in memory.
I've got one, Judge.
Okay, how about anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, this is for Mr. Artie Kingston. He was laid to rest yesterday. He was a United States Air Force. He was enlisted in the United States Air Force. I'm not sure how many years, but I learned of his death just yesterday, and he'll be missed. And he was a good friend of my friend Joe Ortiz. So I just want to bring him up, Artie Kingston. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, seeing that we have no other adjournments in memory, we will stand adjourned, and the meeting is concluded at 11:59 a.m. Let the record reflect we said noon, and we have delivered. Trash.